morning. We'll call this meeting of the Sierra County Commission of Tuesday, April 21st, 2026 to order. It's a pretty full gallery. It's good to see all of you, and welcome to our meeting. Ms. Amy, would you give us a roll call?
Commissioner Paxton?
Here.
Commissioner Hopkins?
Here.
Commissioner Jones?
Present. All right, well, we're all here, and Vice Chair Hopkins, would you lead us in the pledge?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico as the symbol of perfect friendship among United cultures.
Well, with the full gallery, we've got a number of guests. It's good to see all of you. Tim Kozdraowski, we just want to let you know of a note of condolences in the loss of your mother. And we know what an impact that is to lose a parent. And our blessings for peace to you and your dad and all the family. Let's see. We'll go to the approval of the agenda. You have it before you, gentlemen. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, move to approve the agenda.
Second. Moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That motion is approved. You've got the minutes before you of our last meeting of March 17th. Is there any discussion or changes that need to be made?
Mr. Chairman, I move the approval of the minutes of March 17th regular commission.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That motion is approved. Public comment. Mr. Wilkes, if you will, approach the podium. Tell us who you are, and you've got 3 minutes. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners and Council. I'm John Wilkes, a resident, 20 years in Winston. The stated purpose of the spaceport is the, quote, primary service commercial flight, space flight, including anchor tenant Virgin Galactic. The facility has strayed away from this primary function so that it is now almost exclusively catering to federally funded government-sponsored activities and private corporations that develop and sell material to the military. This new business model is a breach of promise and a matter that should be discussed to the taxpayers of Sierra County. The space was 811 total jobs. I note that in 2023, NMSU stated that 229 Sierrans were employed at the spaceport. A trail camera recorded only 6 private vehicles arriving at the facility from Ingle on a workday. Number 2, 138 million in economic output, 60 million in value-added production, and 46 million in labor income. I ask, what is and why should Sierrans care about value-added production? Number 3, 12.9 million in gross taxes generated, 9.2 million in federal tax, 3.7 million in taxes for New Mexico. I ask, Sierrans want jobs and economic benefit for their investment, not generation of federal taxes. We are asked to believe that Sierra County enjoyed an economic benefit of 63 million versus 60 million for Doñana County in 2020. Extended the runway. Now management informs that the roof of the exotic spaceport hangar must be replaced. Additionally, Virgin Galactic has requested a new expanded set of hangars. Virgin Galactic does not have a single flyable spaceship. It is building a 6-passenger vehicle, which it claims it can finish, test, certify, and carry passengers in 2026.
Mr. Wilkes, your time is up.
In conclusion, only 18 paying private passengers have flown in the Galactic spaceship since Spaceport was opened. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkes. We have no other public comments, so we'll go to the consent agenda. Is there a motion regarding the 3 resolutions?
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda A to Z.
Is there a second? Move on to presentation reports. Years of service awards, Manager Vaughn.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. We have a couple today. First, in our road department, with 4 years of service, is Walter Gregory. Next, in our treasurer's office, with 8 years of service, is Josie Holly.
The sunshine.
Next, in our clerk's office, Ashley Caitlin with 3 years of service. Okay, moving on to detention. The first one with 1 year service is Nicholas Gellert. Thank you, congratulations. Okay. Next, also in detention is Pam Rogers. Thank you. And that is all.
Thank you, Amber, and congratulations to everyone. We'll go to department reports and start with Ernie.
Good morning. We've just, Shane and I been real busy doing weeds, manicuring that ball field down there. It's looking pretty good. The trees are doing nice. The grass looks really green. We mowed it again yesterday morning. We gotta do it weekly or it takes us a long time. But other than that, we cut a bunch of weeds at the fairgrounds around the fair building, cleaned up around it. I think it was week before last.
Commissioners, Manager Vaughn. It's been a pretty busy month. We've been trying to get ready for all of our LGRS projects. Out here at Lost Canyon, we've held a whole bunch of base course in and getting it all ready to base course. We do a 2-pin on that, so 2 different sizes of rocks. We shoot it twice with oil. We've been working there in Gulf Estates, Clovis Circle, and Molina Viejo, just fixing some potholes and doing some pruning so we can get all the loose gravel off. Let's see. Towards the beginning of the month, the road crew replaced the cattle guard out on Oil Well Road that was in pretty rough shape. We also got a few potholes on Spaceport Road patched. And I'll stand for any questions.
Billy, we had our meeting in Winston, and you got rave reviews for the replacement of the cattle guard on what we call Suicide Hill on 157. That was an outstanding job, in a few years in the making, but you accomplished that, and it looks really good, so thank you for that. That's going to benefit the forest users and those that go that direction, so it's a boon to safety primarily, but efficiency on that road and cutting that hill down made a difference. Gentlemen, any questions or comments? Thank you, Billy. Thank you. How about Ryan?
Morning, Chairman, Commissioners, Manager Vaughn. We're in the home stretch of finalizing our budgets for next fiscal year for all the fire departments and for the EMS agencies. That consists of working in tandem with the finance team and county manager, also is applying for next fiscal year's fire fund allotment, and also requesting the EMS fund monies, that way our EMS agencies can continue operating. We just concluded and finished up all of our annual testing, which is pump, hose, and ladder. Pretty large operation for all the fire departments because we have thousands and thousands of feet of hose. We just got that finished, which is good because those are requisites we have to have.
Job.
Appreciate it.
Patrick? Detention.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners, Manager Vaughn. Well, in comparison to 2025, the first quarter on transports, we had 178. This year, we're at 148, a difference of 30, so it's decreased quite a bit. Our numbers have gone up a little bit. We have 52 in custody. And we still have that one position at the detention center, but hopefully we'll be filling that soon. And with that, I stand for any questions.
Questions? Thank you, Patrick. Michelle, dispatch.
Morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Manager Vaughn. Not much going on. Last week we had our SCRTA board meeting, which was extremely successful. Happy to say for our law enforcement, we added 2 new tow companies to our rotation, which would be very helpful for our local law enforcement or anybody else in England, especially with the summers coming up. We've been short for a while, and having 2 new ones really helped out. SCRTA's been here over 5 years now, so we're working on all of our upgrades on our radios and 911. So it's going to be a busy after July 1 with all of that coming in. Most of them will be grant funded, especially the 911 items. And lastly, last week, starting last Sunday, was National 911 Public Safety Telecommunicator Week, where we appreciate all 911 operators nationwide. We had a lot of fun at SCRTA for the appreciation. They got lots of treats, lots of people brought in lots of stuff for them. And I think Rusty Roots Barbecue came and catered a dinner for them last Thursday night, which they absolutely loved. So every day should be Appreciation Day, but on a national level we did it last week. So stay for any questions.
Questions or comments? Thank you, Mickey. Sheriff?
Morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Not a whole lot to report on. We did receive our final fleet vehicle back from the outfitter last month, and it's now out on the roadway, so we're happy to get that back in a timely fashion. Been working with Peregrine. That's a data sharing, data analytical company that we got the grant for last year. We're in the process of integrating that now. We're hoping to be live in the next 3 to 4 months. They're working, that'll gather all of our CAD info, calls for service, pretty much all the demographics for anything that we do, as well as tie us in with multiple other agencies throughout the state on data sharing. So that's a pretty neat program we're pretty excited about. Also working on switching our internet service. Ethos is tying into our building today, so we're hoping within the next 30 to 60 days to have that switch over. That'll equate to about $150 a month saving for taxpayers. Receiving a bunch of our training equipment through our LEPF funds, so we're going to have a bunch of advancements going into this next fiscal year with our training and what we're able to do in-house and host the classes here. And then gearing up for the busy season. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Questions or comments? Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
Keith, you got anything to report?
Not today.
Okay. Amber, we'll go to you.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. I do have a couple updates. One, we will be having an additional capital improvement public input meeting tomorrow at 5:30 in this building, in this room. So if anybody would like to come and give ideas for capital improvements you'd like to see in the county, please show up. Also, we have our cleanup day scheduled for Friday. So what that'll entail is we have free dump days at all of our county transfer stations. And then we will also have additional dumpsters. We'll have one at the Las Palmas Fire Department, one in Monticello, one in Ingle, and then there'll be quite a few scattered around the fairgrounds.
So we have five or six Sierra County contractors who have agreed to spend a full day in a crew out doing cleanup in various areas, and then I'll try to get the information out after it's over with, but I'm really proud that we have businesses that are willing to jump in at that level to help, so I just wanted to point that out. Been at that level to help, so I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones, and I also, we have prepared a map with the illegal dump sites.
Good morning, Commissioners, Manager Vaughn. First off, I want to say thanks for allowing me to come speak and address everybody. And before we get into the Black Fire, I do just want to say, because last time we talked, I did mention that we were probably going to go into stage 2 restrictions before turkey season started. However, that is not the case. Energy release components, the numbers out there, the moisture is staying right about average right now. So we're looking at postponing and not going into stage 2 restrictions within the next couple weeks. So we have another meeting scheduled for it on the following Monday. So we'll see. We'll keep the county updated on what we're doing through Rogers.
That's good news, especially for the turkey hunt.
So, again, so I'm here to talk about the Black Fire Restoration Phase 1 Environmental Assessment and where we're at. The scoping letter was released on the 6th of April, and you all have a packet, and that packet includes the scoping letter from Camille. It's got the proposed actions. It has the Appendix D in there, and then Appendix D, which are the design features, as well as a copy of this newest brief. The brief that I sent out a couple weeks ago has been updated to include some of the conditions-based management stuff. So with that said, my purpose right now is just to brief the commissioners and the community on the scoping letter and let everybody know that we are open for public comments, and public comments will stay open through May 6th. And the scoping letter is online as well on the Gila website, and the link for the letters is part of that scoping letter. So just to give a little background and back up a little bit, Black Fire, as Sierra County and all the residents here are well aware of, happened in 2022, and it burned just over 324,000 acres. As a matter of fact, 325,263 total acres on public and private land. 268,000 of those acres were in Sierra County. That right there is Grant County, and I apologize for that. And then as we went into the recovery efforts and how we were going to do it, we decided that we were going to do it in a watershed restoration action plan type of event, because this map, and this is what keys about this map, there's 24 watersheds that were affected by the Black Fire, the post-fire flooding, and that's these 6 coach sheds that are all outlined in blue right up there. And we decided early on that if we looked at the watershed restoration portion for recovery, it was going to help us out, and instead of being able to focus on 325,000 acres that were burned, we were now able to focus on 650,000 acres for that recovery and recovery effort, which enables us to do a whole lot more in the forest for a longer period of time. One of the ways that we did this is we jumped up on partnerships. So for those who aren't tracking, part of the recovery money that the federal government, USDA, sent down, we got $17.9 million for Black Fire recovery. We took that $17.9 million and we allocated it with partnerships and agreements. So we've done major partnerships with Bat Conservation International, National Forest Foundation, Sierra Soil and Water Conservation, and Natural Curiosity are our 4 primary partners that we've done partnerships in. And we've taken that money and put that into partnerships both for the NEPA, for this environmental assessment, for implementation of shovel-ready projects that we could do, and then potentially for future projects. Some of the shovel-ready projects that we've been able to accomplish is trails work, road work, all of our range infrastructure work, which does not need new NEPA. There is no range that's included in this environmental assessment because everything that we're doing for range has already been covered. Some of the accomplishments that we've accomplished already is, one of the big ones is we've gotten over 49 miles of replaced brand new fence on the ground out there within that burn scar. We went from putting 61 miles of fence out to 73 miles of fence. We were able to find funding and mechanics to increase our portfolio from 61 to 73. We have another 19 miles under contract, and by the end of this fiscal year, we should have all 73 miles on the ground and completed with that. So we've done several waters. I've got pictures in here of examples of some of the waters that we've done. Through some of the partnerships we've gotten, I believe the new total now is we've done over 52 miles of road repair work out there, primarily in Sierra County and on the Black Range District. We've got some serious road repair that was done on 150 out there at Wall Lake to build that up and help the economy out there. And we did some stuff at South Diamond. The majority of the 52 miles of road work has been in Sierra County on Black Range. So the objectives of the EA, as it states up there, is to restore ecological function and improvement of watersheds, reduce the risk of future high severity fires, protect our water quality, and maintain safe and public access. And when we hit that third one, the water quality, and if you refer yourselves back to that map, there's a very clear reason that we did that map the way that we did it with the watersheds. And if you notice, that map goes all the way out because our watersheds in the Gila, it affects the Rio Grande Valley, it affects consumers and producers and folks all the way down into Texas. So taking care of the watersheds up there in the Gila are paramount in that water quality, and restoring that is pretty important. As far as the EA goes, it was broken down, and there's 5 areas of concern that we talked about in there in the proposed action, and I'm going to briefly go over those. It is restoration of key ecological functions, such as riparian streams in wetlands and wet meadow habitats. It's restoring key ecological functions in the terrestrial system. To break that down for me, because terrestrial is a pretty big word, I think that's 4 syllables. It's reforestation, it is controlling encroachment, getting rid of invasive species, and planting where planting is needed. And then prescribed fire thinning and mechanical thinning, sustainable roads and trail systems, which I already hit a little bit about, and then cave management, mine closures, and other stuff, and historical items is the proposed action on there. I did want to talk a little bit about this. This is a very unique EA. It's not a normal NEPA. It's done under what's called conditions-based management. So there are proposed actions, those 5 proposed actions, and those are based upon 17 activities that we can do out there. So for example, prescribed fire is an activity, hand thinning is an activity, mechanical thinning is an activity, riparian restoration is an activity. So part of this EA is these activity cards. And we're looking at their current conditions on the ground based upon the desired conditions for that ground that are out of the best science, the forest plan, the new forest plan, and that's how we're getting to the crux of the problem. So with this 603 acres, we've been able to break up the forest based upon wilderness, non-wilderness, roadless area, non-roadless area, riparian area, streams. We've done over 80 miles of stream surveys already, and figure out where we can do each type of repair. So for example, there's over 280,000 acres that we can do thinning in, that we can do mechanical thinning in, or that we can do prescribed fire in. So that's how it's broken down within this EA, within the conditions-based management. So what this doesn't do is it doesn't give us carte blanche to just go and say, okay, we signed this EA, we see this, let's go do it. No, there's still a process for that That's what those design features are for, that's in Appendix D. It's what Appendix B is for. And then there's a checklist and there's a process for that, where something is nominated, we send the specialist out to the field, they see what the current conditions are on the ground, come back, we see what the desired conditions are. We have the checklist, we go through the checklist, then as a line officer, we would approve that and we would move forward. And of course, funding is key to all of these. Can't do any work if we don't have funding, which gets back to that watershed. Because if you're not aware of it, there's a national database for watersheds. Each forest can have 1 to 3 primary watersheds that are activated each time. We activate that watershed, we can get donations from across the nation, if not across the world, to do work because somebody sees something in the watershed that they want fixed. So this one here is just kind of an outline of how conditions-based management works, and this is an example of how it works for trail reconstruction based upon current conditions versus desired conditions, and then how we get there to get it. Something that I do want to address on trails, because it's been a problem in the Black Range. When the Black Range came about, there was no NEPA, there was no requirements for a whole bunch of stuff that's required now. The majority of our trail systems are in inventory roadless areas, or they're in the wilderness. And there's never been NEPA done on those trails. So what this is gonna do is we're gonna get heritage surveys done on all of our trail systems. And then we're gonna do what I like to call the straw method. So instead of giving us a 2 or 3 foot buffer on that trail, we're gonna give ourselves an extremely large buffer of 30 meters, 50 yards on either side of that trail system. So if something does happen, we have a catastrophic event where we lose a trail, then we can do a reroute without having to go through months and months and months of new NEPA, because we've already done the NEPA, we've done the checklist, we can move that trail up and we can get it up out of that area. So we can repair our trails, our primary routes of communication, a lot quicker than we used to be able to do. And so I'm really excited about that as well, because we are really working hard on those trails getting into the Aldo right now. Some examples. So the next, I want to say 5 slides that kind of go in line with the proposed actions. So some examples of some items. These are not necessarily in the Black Range or in the forest. This one is over in Glenwood. It's just an example of stream restoration. So showing pre and post. I want to say that's Willow Creek over there, and some work that they've been doing with multi-year work after a RAP that was there. So just some examples of some of the stream restoration and progression and what we can get it to look like. We're starting our first stream restoration project. I signed a separate CE for it. We did not put it in here. I signed a separate CE for it. We're going to do about 2.2 miles of restoration and 74 draw. It's funded. We got the 90% design and approved that week before last, and so we should be starting sometime this summer. I'm kind of waiting to see what fire season does first, and we'll kick that off there. Next one is showing some more wetland, spring area, Cienega, and just some best practices. These items over here are just kind of showing before, then after, and what some of these things do with just low-tech technology type of items, and just the restorations that we can do within those ecosystems, and then before and after damage as well. So next one goes to the terrestrial stuff, stabilizing the soil, building resiliency, reforestation. I know that Commissioner Paxton, you had mentioned about reforestation and planting. We are approved and we have funded for 8,000 acres right now of reforestation and replanting. We haven't started any of it except for the aerial reseeding that we did early in 2022, and then again in 2023, and that was for grasses and that kind of stuff to stabilize the soils. So we're not, right now, we've not started any replanting. Now what this does give us is down the line, something happens and we need to replant, and we have those ability that we can go ahead and do some replanting in areas that need it. So just to cover that question of yours. Thinning, mechanical thinning, prescribed fire. I think that the majority of the folks understand that we live in a fire stable ecology. That forest out there needs fire. It gets too built up. We're in a regimen of 8 to 12 years. The more thinning, the more mechanical thinning, the more prescribed fire that we get out there, the healthier forest that we have, and the less massive catastrophic fires there are. So this is really gonna help us out in those areas where we don't already have NEPA, or we have old NEPA, and it's gonna get us to be able to do thinning and prescribed fire and everything outside the wilderness that's on that map. So, and there's actual acreage right there. I think I quoted 280, but 263,000 acres of thinning and prescribed fire project-wide that we'll be able to do once this is signed. And again, to get back to that, it's not just we're gonna go out there and we're gonna drop a match, or we're gonna throw a lighter. There will be new burn plans created. There will be all the checks and balances will go into that. Public notice will be given, and we'll go out there and do it properly and safely. Some of the road and repair reconstruction, we're really proud of this one right here. So this is up on, coming up out of Hermosa, up to the crest to get to Sawyer's Peak. This is what it was in 2023 when I got here. We did a little extra CE NEPA work to get to this stage. But this is what it looks like now that they repaired that. And this kind of gets back to what I was talking about, is we're going to do that wider straw so that we can get a better process and not have to go through a 6-month CE to get here. But we've already started trail work. This was a big trail work right there, just to get folks up so we can get access to get to other stuff on the crest. We did 110 miles of trail repair last year, and that includes all 3 levels of repair for just getting up there and scrubbing it, new tread work to major work like that. We did a little over 110 the year before. A lot of this now is on the same trail because you've got locusts and other stuff that grows in and takes it, and you got to get in there and get it out. But regardless, still really good work. And then this is down at South Diamond on the 150 right here. So before this, after the washout, the post flood and all that. And we've got it raised, got low water crossing in there. We've raised the road about 3 feet. And Wall Lake is even more impressive if any of you get out there to Wall Lake and see that. So again, just some really proud stuff right there that we've done. And then our cave management, mine assets, we are actually working a cave management plan right now in conjunction with one of our partners. We're going to have the first cave management plan that the Gila's had in over 30 years, I believe, and we're hoping to have that done this year as well. And as most of you know, or I think you know, the majority of the caves on the Gila are in the Black Range and in on this ranger district, so other than Royal John. So this is Palomas Creek Cave right here. Year before last, we identified a whole bunch of modern graffiti that was happening deep within the cave. And we've worked with partners. We started getting it cleaned up. But we literally just finished this 3 weeks ago. And we put these animal-friendly things on it, barriers on all sides. And this isn't what we're doing to all the caves, but this one, just because of the historical significance, there is some Indian art in there, Apache Indian art. We've actually invited the Mescalero Apache, the Fort Sill Chiricahua Apache, to come out and view this and see it. And they were actually part of this project all along. So really proud of this project too. Like I said, it was a separate CE that we did, but we got this done. But project or number 5 in there for proposed action is to get that cave management plan done, identify mines that are dangerous to the public, to start closing some mines that are dangerous or sealing them off or helping them if they're still an active mine, helping figure out how we can keep the public safe out there. So, and then waters. Again, like I said, range is not included in this EA, but waters out there are super important. They're important to our producers, our developers, they're important to our recreationalists. And we've been working really hard with partners, and one of them's right here, doing waters, and this is one of the works that has happened already. So dirt tank repair, we've done 4 now, I believe, with different funds and different partnerships. So this is actually not the same one. This is, crap. Can't remember the name of it, out there on the corduroy, and this is Lookout Mountain Tank. So, but just an example of before and after work. I wasn't able to get a picture of this one before we did the work, but I had a picture of that one, so I included it. That's Hickland Spring out there right now. We've already patched that tank. We've rerun line. We're trimming some trees. We're putting in wildlife friendly exclosures in those. We've got work going on Middlewell, already approved. We've got work going on Bobwell, legal Bobwell out there in the old Hermosa allotment, and we've got work going on. In fact, today, we started work on cleaning out Sox Tank in the Wilderness. We actually have through 2 different partnerships. We've got a 7-person CCNM crew up there with my range tech Shane and one of our IPs, Sophia, working to clean that tank out by hand and reseal it. Everything has to go up with stock animals. But still some really good work. And our focus this year with our different partnerships with BCI, Sarasota Water, we're really trying to focus on range waters. So again, range is not part of this EA, but I really have to focus on that because we are doing some really good things out there for the community. Just some pictures of packing in. We've been moving fence supplies since my first day here 3 years ago. And so just some highlights there. We put in fence through helicopter. We put in fence through mule. We put in fence through vehicles. And we've done exceptions to policy to put UTVs down in some areas to get fence there to save money and to get fence where it was needed. So just again, something to share and some of our achievements that we've accomplished out there. And so with that, I would like to go ahead and open it up to questions.
Questions or comments, gentlemen?
It looks like you've been really busy.
We've been trying.
Yep.
Yeah.
Maybe I can make a couple of offhanded comments. You came after the Black Fire, as did Supervisor Camille House, and I'm glad to see the Forest Service in general recover their senses and quit trying to expand artificially the boundaries of wildfires to accomplish fuel objectives. The travesty that was inflicted upon Sierra and Grant and even Catherine up in that northwest corner of the fire were not only significant, they were catastrophic with the flooding after the fire, and that was caused primarily by the expansion of the acres artificially on the Black Fire. So I don't blame you or Supervisor Howes. I just appreciate that there's a recognition, and it's really kind of a two-edged sword because it has enabled this EA to expand it beyond the boundaries for the watershed restoration and other significant activities. You know, we did have a cave management plan back in the 90s, and it was with the New Mexico Spelunking Society down at UNM. And that was when we digged through the caves, and those are done by permit through them, but it was primarily to retain the historical and avoid the vandalism in those caves, and I'm glad to see that you've expanded that program, Ranger.
And if I may, Chairman, they are involved in this cave management plan with this as well.
They're a good group to work with, and they're very responsible. You know, the Black Range is really significant because the Continental Divide's at 10,000 feet and Hermosa's 5,400. And all of those trails are really steep and very erodible, but particularly Circle 7 and Hermosa and the Lakes Trail and Rattlesnake Trail, they all need engineering design. They wash out and you lose sections of the trail with every heavy monsoon season, and if this summer monsoon that's supposed to be a super monsoon develops, we'll see some significant damage. And we worked again back in the 90s with Tim Pullman doing some redesign. He focused on the Continental Divide Trail, but all of those trails that run from the east side of the forest up to the Continental Divide need major redesign and construction work. And, you know, when I left, we still had horse-drawn equipment, floats and trail plows and other things. And another compliment, you've pretty well restored the horse management of the Black Range, and you can't you can't manage a big wilderness like the Aldo Leopold without livestock, so thank you for that. I think, I didn't hear you talk about signing, but not only trailheads, but signing on the Continental Divide that directs people to those access trails and tells them where they are. Even though we have Onyx and GPS systems and that kind of thing, that really helps. Please get those signs up and functioning so that they provide the visitor a little bit of direction. That's a security and safety thing. We'll look at this. We are currently doing a resource management plan that we'll have done before the end of this calendar year so that we can better coordinate with the Forest Service, but mirror the objectives and primarily look at history, customs, and culture so that we can reflect that and provide you better information for decisions that the forest makes. We just have such an outstanding partnership with you and your staff, and the compliments go to you to share with your staff. We appreciate where we are in working with the federal government, particularly the Forest Service. So thank you, Manager Milan.
Thanks.
Anything else?
I have a couple of questions. Maybe I didn't hear them, but what kind of timelines are you looking at?
Well, that's the really neat thing here, Commissioner, is with the conditions-based management for this environmental assessment, there's not a specific project for a specific time. This is a multi-year, we're talking 2-3 decades of work that we can do out there. So if something, the chairman mentioned, if we have some catastrophic monsoons this year, something happens out there, we can include that work into that wrap. So we've got the Watershed Restoration Action Plan that we signed 1 year after, so October of 2024, we actually signed the Watershed Restoration Action Plan, and every single watershed has recommended projects, and I've got to say that word is recommended, or potential projects, and if something else pops up, then we can do it. So if something happens in 2045 that's within that 603,000 acres that fits one of these 5 proposed actions or one of those 17 activity cards, we can jump on that and start repairing it. We don't have to redo any kind of NEPA for the next catastrophic event, for the next fire, for the next flood. As a matter of fact, the part of this area that Trop Fire went through from Silver City last year, part of the area that we're doing NEPA on. And so it is saving that district and that team time because that area is already covered under this EA. And all the recovery actions that they need to do are already covered under this EA. So they don't even have to focus energy on doing that because that's going to be covered. Does that answer your question?
No.
I'm sorry.
So, I appreciate the NEPA stuff that goes along with every project, but are we 100% restored?
No.
And so my question is the timeline on that. When you look at the different watersheds, I saw you had some projects up there. What percent complete do you think we're at now for the restoration from the Black Fire? In watersheds, in roads repairs, trail repairs.
So I can give you percentages on fence. I can give you numbers on roads. I can give you miles on trail. But it's an ongoing thing, you know. So before they coated all of those watersheds red, amber, green prior to the Black Fire. And we came out and all 24 of them except for one went down. Some into amber, some into green for the percentages of use. We're trying to get them all back up to a high amber or a green percentage for the flow and for the waters and for all of that. We haven't really, other than Mother Nature helping, we haven't gotten there because we don't have the NEPA to do any of them. So the timeline is still going to be years. It's not a go out there and we can fix this 800 feet in this one and repair it because we've got to do work further on. I mean, we're going up to the Kelsey Place in Animas Creek in May to do some willow planting. I think we're putting 300 willows up in there in the stream and other clearing the rest. It's a multi-year project, so.
I understand. So, well, let me ask a question about roads. Was there a lot of roads that are now not functional because of the fire?
So every road in the district that's a class 2 or class 3 dirt road is passable right now.
Is open.
Now, is open. Now, that's passable. Some of them are at your own risk. You know, some of them are gonna be a UTV. Most of them are off-highway vehicle only, but for example, 226 from Highway 59 down to Forest Service Road 500, turn that goes down to the Caledonia Trail. We have done that 12 point whatever miles that is every single year since 2022. 2022, that road was done twice. This year, through partnership and a grant, we've got a contractor on there to do more extensive work that also did some of the culverts and other work on that, and put in some water bars and other things. So we got more extensive work done on 226. We have work being done on 500 to the Caledonia for the first time since 2022. That was a road that we were actually thinking about closing because of the damage that it had caused. And if you went down there and sat in the creek, you'd be up to your chest. But we found some funds and we're getting in there and we're doing that. We've done from the chloride side of the boundary, or from chloride to Monument Cabin through partnerships with the state. We've done that once. And we've done the 226 from the turnoff down there in the forest to Monument Cabin now twice. Those are our most traveled roads in the district, you know. So that's where we're focusing a whole lot of our effort. And then our other road repair that we're doing and that we're hitting is, hey, where are we doing prescribed fire next year? Where are we doing prescribed fire in fiscal year 28? Because I need to start doing that prep. So this has been beneficial to us. We only get about 14 miles of road work funded per year out there. So this 52 miles that we've gotten out there has just been phenomenal. And that's been through partnerships, Forest Service, and Black Fire money, by the way.
So, and that brings me to my final question. So what, on an annual basis, on just the restaurants, just use roads as an example, what kind of federal dollars are allocated to that now? I know you talk about a lot of partnerships, but what kind of funding level do you think you have going forward? Can you work on half the roads, 10% of the roads? What do you think that projection would be?
So outside of the money that's already been allocated by the federal government,
Which is
Black
about-
Fire, which is $17.9 million.
Okay.
And then we got an additional $2.1 million for roads. That's far wide, by the way, that's not just Black Range. So that's what we've been doing, the roads that were affected by the fire and the post-fire flooding. Outside of that, my budget, my annual budget for roads per year is 14 miles.
So it's not near what it needs to be.
No, sir, no, sir.
So what can we do to help that along?
We in partnership, I mean, we've got roads agreement on different roads in the forest, you know, 157 down to Hermosa is through county agreement. County maintains that, does a beautiful job, by the way. And then we pay the county for that. So partnership help, if we want additional roads out there, it's just about partnership. You know, we share the borrow pits with both the county and the state. We're gonna put in a couple more for the county that the county's requested in specific areas down south. So it's all about partnership, sir.
Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions or comments? Brett, thank you for coming before us and sharing this with the community. And you're right, we do have an excellent partnership. We'll look forward to working with you.
Yes, sir. Appreciate the time. Thank you very much. I gotta run. I have to be in Silver City, so thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll go to opioid remediation. Shauna? Good morning.
morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, and Manager Vaughn for allowing me to present today. So I wanted to start today with some data, so we keep talking about this project that we need to look at where we're at. So this is information from Centers for Disease Control and Prevention State Unintentional Drug Overdose Reporting System, which is also called SUDRS. Just to keep in mind, in 2022, nationally, that was the highest peak of the overdose rates, and we were well over 110,000 people who had passed away. So think of a stadium full of people. That's the amount of people that passed away due to an overdose. In New Mexico, the highest overdose numbers that we had was in 2021, and the state reached over 1,000 people. So today, nationally, we are at 53,336 people, and that's 43 jurisdictions. If you look at the CDC data, that's about 82,000. When you look at New Mexico, we were well over, in 2021, over 1,000 people who had passed away, and now in 2024, we have 739 people. So the good news is that we are trending down. The other part of the SUDRS data that I wanted to talk about today, and this is really significant for our project because it gives us guidance as to what to do next. But what they also found was that nearly 80% of the overdoses here in New Mexico were had at least one potential opportunity for intervention. 80%. And when they drilled those numbers down, what they found was that most people who overdosed were not in treatment. And so what that tells us is that that really lends itself to stigma, that really guides our project, telling us that we really need to build places for people who are in recovery to go to, and that doesn't necessarily mean an inpatient program. That basically is a symbol of belonging. The other thing that the data told us is that a lot of these overdoses were witnessed by the public, meaning that those individuals were not law enforcement that intervened, which is most time the case when it comes to family members who have overdosed, friends at a party, so on and so forth. So what does that tell us? It tells us that we really need to do more community Narcan training, and we need to have Narcan be available in easy, accessible ways. The other thing this data told us was that 12.9% of people had a prior overdose, so addiction is very strong, in addition to 15.1% institutional setting. And that's not uncommon. We saw that quite a bit when I was a hospital administrator at Turquoise Lodge. People who go into treatment, when they go into treatment for 10, 15, 30, they use again the same amount that they were using before, and they end up overdosing because their tolerance is much different. Now, Sierra County, I've been working with County Manager Vaughn. We actually have 2 Narcan boxes coming to your community. We will be purchasing the Narcan for those boxes, so the next time I come out in the fall, we'll be letting you know the location of the Narcan boxes, in addition to hopefully putting out a press release and actually having a community Narcan training on that day. Since the last time I was here, we have 3 new entities that have joined our project. 2 of the counties are Grant County and Luna County, and then the village of Los Lunas. So that has actually added $3.3 million to our project. Since they came on board in December, I've been onboarding the counties, orienting them to the projects, also identifying how they want to proceed as far as conducting their own stakeholder groups, community listing groups, so on and so forth. And so that's been an exciting change since the last time I was here. When it comes to updates, one of the things I wanted to let you know is I have talked in the past about our digital therapeutic recovery apps. So we have one for individuals who are at risk of using drugs or alcohol. We have ones for a companion. And since the last time I was here, we actually finished up the Connections Teen app. It is for ages 13 to 17, and it's also PHI protected. It's verified by date of birth, and so teen participants cannot access any of the adult content. And basically with this particular app, you can't speak to other people who are in the app, only the peer specialists who support the app and the 988 individuals who are connected to that. So in the last 2 years, we have covered the whole gamut of what's called digital therapeutics. It's vetted by SAMHSA. It's best practice, evidence-based programs, and now we just need to get the community engaged in utilizing that app. I've been doing that through the health councils. Lisa from Olive Tree is my resource leader for my project. She's always willing to allow us to come in and do an orientation for the health councils. We're doing that with detention centers, with behavioral health centers, and so now our goal is to get folks onboarded onto the app. We have been busy continuing to tape and video basically trainings for our medical providers in our different counties, and that was something that we really wanted to do early on in this project, because we know that we want to really resource our workforce. If our workforce is more educated and they feel more competent in prescribing medication-assisted treatment, then people with addiction can actually get treated locally versus having to go to a hospital. So in the last year, we have taped, this is on our website, we have 7 opioid videos. We have 2 for benzodiazepines, and we have 3 for alcohol. These videos are for anyone, but most importantly, they are for medical providers, so that they can become equipped in being able to service people with substance use disorders. So in the last year, we have held a CME, continuing medical education training with medical providers. We had to be evaluated by what's called COMAGIN, which is associated with the Board of the Medical Society. I dropped the application, I had to be interviewed, and then I had to sit before the Board of the Medical Society for us to be accredited. So I'm really proud of this. It might not seem like a big deal, but it is. We are one of the first rural providers that have been certified to provide CME for medical providers. And what that means is that medical providers can actually have live training or go to our website and receive CMEs for their license, which they have to do every single year. So what that does is it allows medical providers to become more equipped in dealing with substance use, but more importantly, they don't have to pay for those classes. So right now I'm working on the website. We're creating a registration process. We just got approved at the latter part of March. And so that's a pretty big deal for rural counties. The other update I wanted to give you is, since I've been talking quite a bit since I've been coming, is I've been meeting with different members from your emergency management team, and we've been really thinking through what can we do to better respond to people that have behavioral health or substance use issues. We have kicked around a couple of different ideas, and in that process, I was able to identify a national trainer, and it's through PARI. PARI is a very, very well-known nationwide training for law enforcement. And part of this, and why it's so important to get national trainers who have done this kind of work before, Brittany, the woman who did our training, she's a police officer. She's actually stood up successful co-responder models all over the country in rural counties. So we were able to host a training for Sierra County and also Valencia County. She went through basically just understanding addiction and how that impacts law enforcement. She connected that to trauma-informed care. She really kind of talked through the navigation piece of that. And I was really proud to have New Mexico be able to access national training for this purpose. So That was March 25th, and I wish we would have had a better turnout, but we're hoping to engage with this system over time to be able to improve some of our responses to individuals with substance use. In February, I wanted to let you know that part of what we've been working on is that County Manager Vaughn has identified really extending prevention in your community. And so we were able to meet at Olive Garden, I'm thinking about food. Sorry. Olive Tree, February 27th. We met with Sierra Vista Hospital, Matthew 25 Food Pantry, St. Paul's Church, oriented groups to the ORC project. And one of the really nice things that we were able to do is really kind of talk through, over the last year, there's a lot more people in need. There's a lot more people in need of food and resources, and they agreed to allow us to provide our prevention materials, and that is for our app and for different resources for substance use and behavioral health, and put those in the food boxes when people go and pick things up. So we're going to continue to do that on a consistent basis, because I think that's a really good way for people to be able to get resources along with the food boxes that they're getting from your community. This is a good slide that identifies what we're doing in Sierra County. The two specific strategies that County Manager Vaughn has identified for this fiscal year is to improve, again, prevention programs in schools and public places, and improve access to medication-assisted treatment and telehealth opportunities in the county. So the two things that we've been working on, we just got this approved in April. Olive Tree has done a really good job expanding services since I started this project. Lisa is very, very committed to expanding her services so that she's providing a range of things that people need, not just outpatient. So one of the things that we approved in April is we approved a salary support for a clinical supervisor, which is going to allow her to expand her resources. And then we talked about the Narcan boxes. So we are investing in treatment, which is 99%, and then we are starting to work on prevention, but a lot of our regional projects actually address prevention. And then this slide basically just gives you a picture of everything that's available. We have the recovery app, the companion app, now we have the teen app. We did a big mail out for Deterra. I am in the process of looking at outcomes for that project now. We have the 988 navigation resource. We have been providing safety first classes to individuals through the juvenile justice system. And I just wanted to remind you that the ORC is supporting all of our schools in entry fees for students and their families, because we really want to support basically a sober activity. And I also passed out a little rec card that the kids have worked on. So the other benefit of this is that we can also start passing out prevention information at the games. So our youth council has been in place for about a year now. They did all the research for basically the vapes and the cannabis, and so they're doing a really good job. I also included in your packet, and I won't go through the entire document, but one of the things that we want to acknowledge right now is that there's more funding in New Mexico in my entire career. And I've been working in New Mexico for about 30 years as a social worker, as an administrator, so on and so forth, for behavioral health and substance use. So one of the things that gets a little bit hard to connect is what funding does what. So I provided you all with a 3-page document, and at the end what I did is I kind of wrapped it up into what is the relationship between all of this funding. And it's really important to say that out loud, because sometimes people think that this funding is just in this section, and this funding is just in this department, but really all of this funding is very, very much interrelated. We have, our Medicaid, which we've had for a long period of time. That is an opportunity for people, to have health insurance here in New Mexico. We have the BRIA funds, which is 1 to 3 years, and basically this is funding to basically stand up new services for behavioral health and substance use. We have the opiate settlement dollars, which is going to be around for the next 8 to 18 years, and that is a little bit more prescribed for a certain population. We just got $211 million from the federal rural transformation dollars, and that really is more infrastructure. And then we also have a trust fund, which it deals with the gaps. And so really we have plenty of dollars now in New Mexico to address these issues. And I just wanted to be able to acknowledge that because that's important. For us here, really what I'm trying to do moving forward is really connect with these different funding opportunities and see how the opioid settlement dollars can be used wisely. So we don't want to be doing duplication, we don't want to be working on top of each other. And so our organization has gotten a lot more connected to the health councils, to what Department of Health is doing, what is happening across New Mexico, so on and so forth, and also really leaning into all this funding to see how we can help, right? One of the things that we really want to start focusing on, and I talked about this when I started, was starting to really look at places where people who have a substance use issue can go. And it's not always about treatment, it's also about a place where individuals can go and get resources, don't have to have an appointment, can interact with people that perhaps have substance use issues as well and get different types of encouragement. And so it's really looking at helping people belong. At this point, I'm really trying to help, expand outpatient. I know a lot of people talk about inpatient, and they think one inpatient facility is going to solve everything, and it doesn't. And I can tell you that as a very seasoned hospital administrator that I did for 10 years. People who go into an inpatient program are in an emergent situation. If you look at the data that I just presented early on in this project, you can see that a lot of people in New Mexico are not in treatment. And one fact that I didn't point out when I talked about this data is that over 34% of people in New Mexico have both a substance use issue and a behavioral health issue. And so that tells us that people are reluctant to get help when they need it. They're even more reluctant to do that in an inpatient program, and I can tell you, after COVID, people got really even more reluctant to go into an inpatient program. So outpatient is a really good opportunity. It allows people to live in their homes, work, continue to function, and basically, not be taken out of an environment for a period of time and then had to be placed back in. So this year, I'm really looking at trying to strengthen our outpatient services, our navigation services, and really helping people get connected to care. So any questions?
Jim, question? I was just curious, do you have an age breakdown in Sierra County of the number of teens and?
I do. I can get that to Amber,
Okay.
and she can pass that
I'm
along.
just curious more than anything.
I would say that in most of our rural counties, our populations are going down, and people aren't having as many children. That's a trend in actually all 10 of the entities that I represent, but I can actually get you all of that demographic information in addition to some additional stuff, because I just did a big sweep of every single county, so I'll get that to you this week.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Shauna, what kind of success are you having with outpatient recovery that avoids a relapse?
So I think one one thing that people don't understand is that when people go into an inpatient program, it doesn't really start until they go home. And when you have an inpatient program, you go in for, 10 days for detox, then you do, maybe another 30 days for rehab. And your recovery, your true recovery, because there's so much brain damage that happens with people who are using at such a high level, who go into an inpatient hospital. They're drinking alcohol. The average in New Mexico is that people who are using at a really high rate are using alcohol, using methamphetamines, particularly in this community, use benzodiazepines and opiates. So what an inpatient hospital does is it really allows someone to get clean, but their brain takes years to recover. So outpatient is really that soft landing. That's the place where you really learn habits. You get back into your routine. You're able to learn how to deal with your addiction. And so it's the support system that allows you to do that for a long period of time. So I've done both inpatient and outpatient in my time as a social worker and as an administrator. And you service more people. The availability to get an emergent appointment is really critical because sometimes people relapse. And so the support of an outpatient program, I would say, is the most important. Urgent care, as far as a hospital setting, that is very temporary and it's very, very, it's a very small piece of somebody's recovery. You're changing your whole life. And that's not what an inpatient facility can do. It really is the outpatient providers and the support that can.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Tim? Shauna, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll go to item E, FY26 third quarter budget report. Jessica, good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners, Manager Vaughn. I just went blank, sorry. This is our third quarter financials. Starting with, and again, just like the previous reports, on the left-hand side is where we were at this same time last fiscal year compared to where we are now. Starting with General Fund 401. We had 31,000 more in revenue and delinquent property taxes, and 11,000 more in interest and penalties.
Sorry, Jessica.
Apparently, triggering something.
And then we also saw a $58,000 increase in our administrative services revenue, and that was simply due to a delay in a payment that we received from Elephant View. And so it's not something that we will see in the next year. Our expenditures were doing okay. We see a drop of 8.5%, but really we spent $124,000 more than we did at the same time last year. Personnel spending, we see an increase of 1.23%. We're pretty much on target there. If fully staffed, we do expect to see that percentage closer to 75% in the third quarter. But we did have some departments hit with some vacancies during the year, specifically finance, the assessor's office, and detention. But right now we do have just that one vacancy. And I also have for county gross receipts. At the time that this data was run, we were at 823,000, which is 87% of what we budgeted for the year. It's a $61,000 increase from the same time last year. As of today, we're at $832K. And then we've got our road fund, Fund 402. We see a 5% increase in revenue compared to last year, a difference of $48,000. The biggest change we see compared to last year is the Title I funding, the Secure Rural Schools National Forest Reserve funding that came in on March 23rd. Our operating expenditures are up 7.3%. The largest increase we saw there in our operating expenditures were fuel, tires and tubes, and equipment leases. Personnel is slightly below target. This, I think, is mostly related to the budget that is sitting in Fund 402. So we're going to be monitoring this closely. We do have a couple of positions that are split between the road fund and landfill, and I suspect that that is where we're seeing the issue here. So we're just going to keep an eye on that and make sure that personnel expenditures for those positions are allocated correctly. Otherwise, we'll either amend the budget or correct the expenditures. And I've got Fund 605 for corrections. We see a 27% drop in revenue compared to last year. Like I mentioned in the previous quarterly reports, we're not getting those correction fees for $45,000. But we also saw a drop in the revenue for the housing of municipal prisoners. And the state detention distribution also dropped 46%. We were anticipating 114, we only received 62,000. Correctional GRT, though, is up from last year by $14,000. As of the date of this report, it was at $334K. We did see an increase in our operating expenditures, and that was specifically in juvenile fees and prisoner housing. And I will stand for any questions.
Gentlemen, questions, comments? What a juggling act.
We stay busy.
Well, good job. Thank you for the report.
Thank you.
We also have the audit report for 25. That's Jessica as well.
And I will actually hand this over to our auditor for PD&H, Chris Gardner.
Morning, Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Manager Vaughn. What I have here is a summary of our exit conference that we had, I want to say in January. This year's audit, we had some challenge, or I should say the state auditor had some challenge because of some federal issues. The federal government, when it comes to auditing their federal grants, they have a compliance supplement. It's probably about 2,000 pages long. It's a pretty big document. They really go through every other year and really change it. And then in the other years, they make minimal changes. For some reason this year, the federal government issued a draft. I've never seen it, and I've been doing government audits over 30 years. Never seen a draft of this compliance supplement. Well, that threw things kind of through a curve because the AICPA, who regulates auditing standards, came out and said, we can't complete an audit until that compliance supplement was finalized. And so then we had the government shut down. That document was not completed until December. Therefore, a lot of deadlines had already come and passed, including county governments. By the time we got the final documents, the state auditor really had to scramble throughout this year, thus the change in the deadlines, thus getting it to them later than normal. And then in March, all of a sudden, all these audits were actually due to the federal government. Then they decided to start looking and redoing their reviews. So we did not get your okay to print until late March. And we turned it around pretty quick. We got it done by the deadline. So everything was filed appropriately. It was just kind of a crazy year this year because of that compliance supplement being delayed. I don't really understand it because when we had COVID, we didn't get a compliance supplement and we went on our merry way and completed audits. But for some reason this year, there was a big deal made about the compliance supplement not being finalized. So with that, I'll get started in the presentation. The very first thing, and again, this is required communication from auditing standards. Auditing standards, a lot of confusion when the term audit is used. And so they really want us to talk about exactly what we do. In New Mexico, the top two slides are just regular auditing standards. And then in New Mexico, every audit has to be completed under what we call government auditing standards, or more commonly referred to as Yellow Book standards, and there's a reason the state audit rule does that. But if we look at the opinion under financial statements, so you have the audit report in front of you. We cannot look at every transaction in internal controls. We're definitely not looking at everything. So we give, if you look at the top right, what we call reasonable assurance. What that means is there's more than likely errors in those numbers, but those errors are not going to be big enough to change the opinion of the readers of the financial statement. So, example I always give is if you give that to a banker, those errors are not going to change the banker's opinion on the financial status of the county. When it comes to internal controls under those top two boxes, under regular auditing standards, technically we only have to test one transaction from each significant cycle. Significant cycles like cash disbursements, payroll, cash receipts. So we only have to test one transaction. The reason the state auditor has us do the Yellow Book audit is they want us testing internal controls. They want us picking samples over those significant cycles, and then they expand it to 20 more pretty much state laws, things like travel and per diem, procurement, use of credit cards. So they expand that Yellow Book testing where they expect us to pick samples as your auditors. And so as you can see on the left, we're not picking samples big enough to give an opinion. What we're doing in that report is we're just talking about how we're testing above what auditing standards require. And then to the right, we have to communicate any findings or the results of our testing. Again, state audit rule changes this up because the threshold for the federal government, I was going to say it's up here with significant threshold, but in New Mexico, the state audit rule wants any exceptions. They do not, if it's that threshold or not, they want all findings. And really, it's for good reason, for transparency, that so commissions like yourself can understand, well, even if we have minor problems, what's going on, so that it's reported to you and you can monitor it. The next slide is what we issued. We issued an unmodified or a clean opinion. This is exactly the type of report the county wants to receive, and our opinion states that the financial statements are fairly presented in accordance with the standards, and we have to follow it. In the audit report are two other reports that are ours. The one on the left is that Yellow Book report that I've been talking about. Again, we do have a couple findings that we'll talk about at the very end. And then the right report is that single audit, or the federal grant expense audit that we have to do. This was the whole reason for the delay. We did our testing when we got the final compliance supplement, and we did not have any issues. And again, we issued an unmodified opinion. So takeaway is both opinions that we issued are exactly the type of reports the county wants to receive. This next communication is really to give the commission a flavor of how are your financial records being maintained. So if we as auditors come in and we have problems getting supporting documentation, or we have issues, we're to communicate that to you. And as you can see here, we did not have any issues. So the takeaway here for the commission is that your financial records are being well maintained, so that when we can come in to do the audit, we did not have any issues. This next one is the communication about adjustments. These really are the fault of the state of New Mexico. The state of New Mexico requires the commission to adopt a budget on a cash basis of accounting and to report to DFA every quarter on that same basis. Well, cash basis accounting is not a part of GAAP, or generally accepted accounting principles. So if we were to do your audit on how you report to the state, we couldn't give you a clean opinion because it doesn't match our standards. So what happens is your team provides us taking from how you maintain your records throughout the year, and they give us the adjustments to report those audit time. So it's stuff that they only have to do, in essence, once a year during the audit phase. So again, why do standards require that we talk about this? The reason is they want commissions to know if we as auditors are having to come make lots of adjustments, you should be made aware of that issue. As we went throughout the audit process, I guess the best takeaway is we did not have one adjustment that related to your cash basis, how you're monitoring. You just went over your budget. We did not have a single adjustment to that budgetary basis of the county. So that is a good thing. The next two slides are very similar. If we had disagreements with management, we'd have to let you know, and I'm happy to say that we didn't. If management had a disagreement with us and went out and opinion shopped, tried to get somebody else's opinion that was different than ours, we'd have to communicate that. And again, that didn't happen. The last two slides are relating to the findings. We did have two findings this year. 2022-01, I know Commissioner, or Mr. Chair, that you're really happy. My understanding is this one should be removed next year. The final steps have finally been put in place, and this one has been a long process, but I think the county is finally, still some issues, the final parts that needed to be done with capital assets, but again, that one should go away. And then we had some disbursements that we selected for testing, where we were missing some of the support for the transaction. So I know there was some turnover in the accounting department, the finance department. People could not locate some of the documentation that we requested, and therefore we had an exception. That particular exception, when I was talking at the very beginning, if we were in another state, we wouldn't have to report it. It did not meet that significant threshold. But because New Mexico State Audit Rule wants transparency, we do have to report that to you. The next slide is there was one finding from the prior year that was resolved. So you had 2 findings last year. One was resolved, one will be resolved this year. So what I always like to communicate is, as a commission, you have lots of transactions that go through your accounting records. Stuff's gonna happen. You're gonna have things fall through the cracks. But what you wanna see is the hard work by your team to go through and address those issues. So we had 2 findings. Like I said, one had been around for a few years, but a lot have been making progress every single year. As auditors, we are supposed to report when we have a repeat finding, has progress been made or not? And every year, progress has been made over the last 4 years. And so I think the takeaway here is that your team is working to deal with the issues when they come up, and that's what you want to see as a commission. With that, I'll open up any questions.
Questions or comments, Jim? Chris, your report makes me smile in that we have made progress. I think y'all have been very diligent in identifying problem areas. I also want to thank Manager Vaughn, because she has developed staff that has moved us in a positive direction. And I just hope that before I leave in December, we have that property and assets management cured. It's involved software, it's involved getting rid of ghost pieces of property that go back 2 decades. So major progress has been made. Appreciate your bunch identifying that and also giving us marks on the progress. So thank you, Amber. Anything else? Go ahead.
Chris, you might look at page 3 of your intro there. The audit.
Oh, I don't have a copy of it.
You might want to adjust the name of the chairman of the commission. Travis Day to.
Now, was Travis the commission chair at June 30th? So this is correct. What we have to do is we have to present it as of June 30th, 25, and so that's the official listing at that point in time.
But I wasn't on the commission.
Then we messed that one up, we'll fix that one. Sorry about that.
Yeah, that was me, Hank, and Travis at that time.
Okay, yeah, we will fix that for next year.
And the exit audit's done, right? I mean, this is sent off.
Correct. It was sent off on approximately around January 20th. It was submitted to the state auditor. They have done their review, and it's now a public document that's on their website.
And is the status of the audit is the state audit yet?
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
that's what I was getting at. Okay, perfect.
I think they did it, I want to say on March 31st, the last day that technically we had to be able to upload your audit to the federal government's website, and it got approved on the last day.
Thanks.
Chair, I just wanted to add one thing. Because of our progress from the capital assets, the state has released our need for a fiscal agent, so that has been taken off as well.
Good. Another positive.
It's a pretty big positive.
Yeah, it really is, yeah. Yes. Thank you, Chris.
There is a lot of issues with audits in the state of New Mexico.
Yes, there are.
And
Yeah.
if you just read the news, there's a lot of small counties and municipalities that
Sierra County Assessor, Michael Houston. Annual report for 26-27 budget. Good to see you, Michael.
Good morning. Okay, I'm going to present the annual report, and I'm going to read it as presented. The introduction is in accordance with 736 or 7-36-16E of the Property Tax Code. The county assessor is mandated to present the annual report during the budget request process to aid in county budget planning. This report provides a comparative analysis of taxable valuations for the 25-26 tax years. Okay, the summary of taxable value changes. Net new value for 25-26. The total taxable net new value added for 2026 tax roll is $5,769,786, reflecting a decrease of 23.85% from the 2025 value of $7,576,626. This decrease reflects a slowdown of new construction and or partially completed construction. This also includes addition of accessory building and business personal property recorded between 25 and 26. The valuation and maintenance program, total taxable value added through valuation maintenance program is $12,697,108. Total estimated taxable value. The estimated total taxable value for the county in 2026 is $43,425,008, representing a 4.5% increase over the 2025 certified abstract value of $404,958,114. The new percent disabled veterans exemption resulted in a $490,135 reduction in taxable value currently. The reappraisal cycle, we are on a one-year reappraisal cycle as mandated by Regulation 3-6-4-23 of New Mexico Statute 7-36-16. This cycle ensures that all properties undergo annual valuation updates encompassing both newly added properties and all area reappraisals. Additional work performed was property transfers and changes for 25, 878, building permits processed, 209, rechecks completed, 233. We are in the reevaluation phase for approximately 2,698 accounts scheduled for review through pictometry and physical inspections. The 6 area adjustments due to an increased sales and employee outages in 24 and 25. We were able to add an additional employee to the appraisal staff, and resources reallocated in 25 to focus on the 6 area for updates on residential and non-residential properties in all areas. The assessment ratio study for 26 reports a median assessment level of 94.536%, ensuring a consistent relationship between property values and sales prices suggested by IAAO standards. Under staffing and technology, new team member Jennifer Neely joined the team 9/10/25. She is utilizing pictometry for valuation updates in the 6 area, conducting recheck physical reviews, updating appraisals, maintaining property record cards. Jennifer is scheduled to attend IAAO training in 2026 to further her development, professional development towards full appraisal certification. Migration into Catalyst CAMA system. We are in our 2nd full year of moving data and reworking accounts in the new CAMA system. It has been and continues to be a challenge for the staff of the assessor's office, working in 2 systems at the same time. we hope and strive to be able to produce the 26 abstract of values and taxable from it. And at the end of the report, attaches the sales ratio for 26. Any questions?
One question, Mike, you know what, the total estimated taxable value, you say 490,000 in the disabled veterans exemption, so that 404.958 million,
That is already taken from it.
okay.
That was just to show what that number actually reduced.
So we did show an increase even with the veterans deduction.
Yes, sir.
That's good, thank you.
Any other questions?
Any other questions, Jim?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Good job. We'll go to the Board of Finance. You have it before you, the March 2026 reconciliation. Is there any discussion or is there a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move to approve, March 2026 reconciliation.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor say aye. Aye. That motion passes. We have no old business. We'll go to new business, road closure request, New Mexico Spaceport Authority.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I'm requesting a blanket approval again for the month of May. We do have a mission scheduled on the 20th and 26th, but a client is requesting additional dates and hoping that White Sands approves them.
What was the question?
I'm asking for blanket approval from May for road closures.
But you said the client had additional days to add to the,
Yes, but until they get approved, I don't have those dates.
But it's between that period, is it not?
It will be in May.
Yeah. Okay. Question, Sheriff, are you able to provide deputies for that closure?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other discussion, gentlemen? Hearing none, is there a motion?
Yeah, I'll move to approve the request for road.
Moved and seconded, all in favor say aye.
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 Thank you.
I skipped over the MOU with New Mexico Department of Health in Sierra County. Manager Vaughn.
Thank you, Chair. I'll hand this over to Attorney Cato.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you. Statutorily, this board is required to provide office and other expenses, including utilities and maintenance, to the New Mexico Department of Health District Office. The Department of Health has circulated a draft form of memorandum of agreement or understanding. It imposed additional responsibilities outside of what was statutorily required or in addition to what was statutorily required. We went back and trimmed it down to what was statutorily required, and they've accepted those revisions, and that's what you have before you today.
This is a recurring agreement, it's pretty much standard, is it not?
This is the first time we're seeing this agreement from the Department of Health. I don't recall ever having seen an MOU with another entity, whether the courts or the district.
Is there a motion to approve the contract, the agreement with New Mexico Health?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, that motion is approved. We'll go to item C.
The right? U.S. Forest Service here, County Law Enforcement.
Yep, you're right. I'm getting all mixed up, sorry. Sierra County Law Enforcement Agreement, Sheriff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. So you should have it before you there. It's a pretty simple agreement. What this is gonna do is provide $10,000 basically in overtime. We can be reimbursed for our mileage if we so bill it. My intent is to use this to enhance our patrols up in the U.S. Forest area where we're getting complaints of the ATV problems and some of the issues that are going on. We're gonna utilize this to send deputies up there on overtime and hopefully address this issue for our residents who are having this problem up there.
I think that's a good idea.
Questions or comments?
Excellent, Mr. Chairman, if I may, excellent excellent idea, but it's only for overtime. What about equipment? Sure.
We can use it on equipment. We really don't need to purchase any equipment for this. We already possess all the equipment. We can bill for, it covers overtime plus the FICA charges on the overtime, as well as we can bill for the mileage. We intend to use our side-by-side and things for that country for the most part, other than what we're doing on the good roadways. So that'll be subjected to where we're patrolling and how we're doing it, on how we bill that, but it does cover mileage as well.
Sheriff, if I'm not mistaken, it can only be used for equipment if it's in the agreement, is that correct?
That's correct, and we're not seeking to purchase any actual equipment. We have all the equipment we need.
Okay, thank you.
My question was the additional wear and tear on equipment on Forest Road.
Yes, sir, that's covered in the mileage. So we bill the mileage instead of separating it out for maintenance plus fuel. It's all just covered in the mileage up to 67 cents a mile.
Well, would there be an additional wear and tear on Forest Roads rather than out on the highway? Or maybe they don't run fast enough to wreck on Forest Roads.
Well, that's what we have our side-by-side for, is I don't intend to take our patrol vehicles out on those rough roads. I intend to send the deputies up on the side-by-side to deal with the side-by-sides.
So you're gonna create more problems with the side-by-side, chasing the side-by-side?
Well, we
Just
don't,
kidding.
we don't
I'm just
intend to
kidding.
be off the roadway and doing what they're doing, so. But if that's where they're at, we gotta catch them somehow. Unless you won't buy me a helicopter and then we'll helicopter it.
Well, you got a boat.
Yeah, there's not enough water up there.
The one thing that's encouraging to me, it's been a long time since we've had an agreement. And I think that the forest and finding some money to have us help them enforce state laws on the federal lands is encouraging, so it's.
Yes, sir, we're also trying to get the Game and Fish has some funding allotted. It seems to be a secret on how to get a hold of that funding, but I am working, trying to get some of that funding for the same projects as well.
Mr. Chairman, I compliment the sheriff. There was a time when our sheriffs refused to go
Yeah.
to the forest, even though they were offered money, so
Good job.
cooperation is welcome.
Well, is there a motion regarding the county law enforcement agreement?
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we, I won't make it. I'll move that we approve it.
Moved and seconded, all in favor say aye. Aye.
Thank you.
That motion passes. Thank you, Sheriff. Okay, now we're to item C, the RFP 2026-03-011 for financial audit services. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, and Manager Vaughn. This morning, the Administration Department requests approval to contract for our annual financial audit services with Patillo Brown and Hill for 1 year with an additional 3 years renewal possible. The contract award resulted from the request for proposals that we issued on March 12th and closed on April 2nd. 2 proposals were received. The Evaluation Committee reviewed responsive proposals and recommended award to PB&H for services satisfactorily performed at a rate of up to $54,700 annually. That excludes GRT. The current contract with PB&H expires this June. So with that, the contract is attached for your review, and we appreciate the consideration of approval, and I'll stand for any questions.
Questions, gentlemen?
Move we approve.
A second. All in favor say aye. Aye. That motion is passed. Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you so much.
And Chris, we'll look forward to working with you on this one as well. We'll go to resolutions, ordinances, and proclamations. Item A is resolution 2026-26, fiscal year 26 budget amendment. Manager Vaughn and Jessica.
Good morning, Commissioners, Manager Vaughn. Got just a few adjustments to the fiscal year 26 budget. Starting off with $10,000 of law enforcement retention funds from the Department of Public Safety that we received on March 13th. So this amendment will increase that budget to match the revenue received. Then we have the 2026 primary MOU funds from the state of New Mexico in the amount of $22,000. So this will increase that budget to match the revenue received for that. The next item we have is from our community benefit agreement with SunZia, $816,000 received on April 13th, so we'll amend that revenue budget to that. And then $146,000 for Stone Garden grant. That was a budget that was missing earlier, so we're correcting that budget. Below that, the expense lines being amended match the revenue, so we've got the $10,000 for the law enforcement retention, $22,000 for the primary MOU, and then the remaining lines are for the Stone Garden grant funding. I'll stand for any questions.
Questions, Jim?
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the resolution 2026-26 for budget adjustment.
Second. Moved and seconded, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That motion is approved. We'll go to resolution 2026-27, accepting and approving the fiscal year 24-25 fiscal audit. Jessica?
So this resolution, I do want to mention, was previously prepared as a requirement from DFA. DFA did let us know this month that is no longer required. We opted to go ahead and keep this resolution on the agenda with the attached budget for transparency purposes. So the resolution is just for your acceptance and approval of the audit that was presented to us today.
We like that audit.
Thank you.
Yeah, we do. Questions or comments? Is there a motion?
Chair, I will move we approve resolution 2026-27, accepting and approving FY 2024-25.
Moved, is there a second? Second. Second, all in favor say aye. Aye. That motion is approved. Resolution 2026-28, supporting the country of origin labeling for beef. Attorney Pato?
Mr. Chairman, I might turn this over to you since you requested it and you can
Okay.
explain.
I think.
Unless you'd like me to.
No, that's fine. I think this is a very important thing, and it goes directly to our ability to have small producers be able to process cattle and at some point sell beef and get inspection at the local level. But we need to be able to identify that the country of origin is, our beef needs to come from the United States, and if it's not, if it's from Brazil or Argentina or Mexico or anywhere else, that's identified. Sometimes the things that are done in those countries don't align with our health standards in the United States for particularly chemicals and enzymes used to encourage quick weight gain on those animals. So I just would like to see us be consistent with a country of origin labeling. It's a move that's going through Department of Agriculture, so our approving this resolution would just reinforce that with the other counties. I believe there are 11 counties that have already done this in the state of New Mexico, so we would be number 12. Any comments or discussion?
It's a good idea.
Is there a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move to approve resolution 2026-28, supporting county of origin labeling for beef.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That motion passes. Resolution 2026-29, confirming Sierra County participation in New Mexico Department of Transportation Project Fund. Call for projects. Amber and Billy.
Thank you, Chair. I'll hand this over to our road director, Billy.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, this is just showing our interest in our New Mexico Transportation Fund. With this, we're gonna go after our third phase of the Sugar Sand Bridge, right here
finished the design, and last year we received phase 1 of construction, which is phase 2 of the whole project for construction. This would be for phase 3 of the construction. If this funding is received, the goal would be to start the project in summer of '27 to have it completed.
Okay. That'll be a major accomplishment, so ag producers can actually get their equipment there without a 45-mile detour, huh?
Yes, sir.
That'd be great. Any discussion, gentlemen?
Mr. Chairman, I move, approval of resolution 2026-29.
A second?
Moved and seconded, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion's approved. Thank you, Billy. Proclamation declaring May 2026 as Motorcycle Awareness Month in Sierra County. Manager Ball?
Thank you, Chair. I'm gonna hand this over to Clerk Whitehead. She's going to read this.
This is a proclamation proclaiming May is Motorcycle Awareness Month. Whereas motorcycles are used as a regular means of transportation for commuting, touring, and recreation in and around Sierra County, New Mexico. And whereas the Sierra County Scenic Roadways making motorcycling a very popular destination for riders from around the country. And whereas the safe operation of a motorcycle requires the use of acquired skills developed through a combination of training and experience, the use of good judgment and thorough knowledge of traffic laws and licensing requirements. And whereas it is imperative that the residents of Sierra County be aware, show consideration, and share the road with motorcycles on the streets and highways and recognize the importance of motorcycle safety. And whereas the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration has declared May as Motorcycle Awareness Month. It is the desire of this county commission to join the NHTSA in raising awareness of the growing number of motorcyclists on Sierra County roadways in order to help prevent accidents and, most importantly, save lives. Now, therefore, on behalf of the County Commission of Sierra County, I do hereby proclaim the month of May 2026 to be Motorcycle Awareness Month in Sierra County and urge our citizens to be observant and knowledgeable about motorcycle usage in our community.
Very good. Thank you, Amy. Any questions or discussion? Is there a motion for the proclamation?
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the proclamation declaring May 2026 as Motorcycle Awareness Month in Sierra County.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That motion passes. We're going to prepare to go into executive session. This will be a little different. Wilson and Pluma, we're going to meet at the Fair Barn to discuss the status of the contract with both Pluma and Wilson. We will adhere to executive session section 10 through 15, E through H. When we get back from the Fair Barn, we'll take up the action if we come up with any. Is there a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
You want to make that all executive session 10 through 15,
E through H?
E through H?
Yes, correct.
I would second that.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
We are.
Roll call.
Oh, it's a roll call vote. Thank you, Sam.
Commissioner Paxton,
Yes,
Commissioner Hopkins, Commissioner Jones.
Yes.
we are in executive session.
Commissioner Patterson.
Yes.
Commissioner Hopkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Jones.
Yes.
I forgot to read people work.
Okay, we are out of executive session. Is there a motion to staff in direction regarding Plymouth Fairgrounds contract?
Mr. Chairman, after review, I would move that we direct the county attorney and the county manager to put Puma Construction on notice of default, and the result of which, after which, that the attorney and the manager give us the path forward to complete the project, whatever the steps those would be.
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, we'll do this on a roll call vote too, so we have a motion and a second, a roll call, Amy?
Commissioner Patterson.
Yes.
Commissioner Hopkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Jones.
Yes.
There's no further business before the board. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Mr. Chairman, I would move we adjourn and everybody go for the trash cleanup day Friday.
All right, we are adjourned.
Got my mix in, didn't I?
Give me that back. Thank you.
What a meeting.
That's all right.
I wouldn't leave yet.
30 days like this, and
Sandy.
Sandy, you gotta sign a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, you gotta sign.
Your life away.